When voting on the 29th of May 2024, you will receive 3 ballots to make your choice.
As election day.
When voting on the 29th of May 2024, you will receive 3 ballots to make your choice on each.
As election day.
Hello, South Africa. May 29, 2024 is a voting day. It is important for you to understand the voting process. There will be 3 ballot papers. First ballot. National ballot. This is to vote for 200 National Assembly representatives. This ballot will have the political party name, the face of the party leader, the abbreviation of the party logo, and then the box to make your mark. Second ballot. Regional ballot. With this ballot, voters can choose representatives within their specific region to account for the second 200.
Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we grab each and every single person. The time is 6:30, and we're broadcasting live from the Results Center. And again, I'm Mr. Tami from the African Congress for Transformation Act. Mr. Katleho, sorry, my apologies. Mr. Katleho. And Mr. Katleho, what are you transforming? Since today it's elections and people have to go out and vote.
Okay.
What are you transforming?
I believe as a citizens of South Africa, we are born for like okay, for example, the Canada transformer. If no crash into corruption firstly, corruption. Secondly, people we are landlessness, water shading, load shading, education, drugs. Yeah.
So, what are you telling me, right now? You believe, there's something that you guys can change. Sharp. Today it's the voting day. People went out in numbers. What can you tell me? Are you happy with what the people are doing in terms of the turnout? Are you happy with the whole voting processes? What's your take?
Yes, provincially I'm happy. I don't know international. I mean national. Yes.
Yeah.
But provincially it promising.
Okay.
Yeah.
As people turned out in good numbers from what you were expecting.
Yeah, I believe so.
Is it?
Actually, I guess so.
But like I say, African Congress belongs to Ntate Ace Magashule. He's a former Secretary General for the ANC. Like we say, he was part and parcel of the ANC. Now he started his own political party. Your manifesto is not that far from the ANC.
Is it?
I'm telling you. You're saying you are anti-corruption, but on the other side you're being accused of corruption.
But then that accusation, we don't have proof of that. That's why the case case back. No is halona chasing, but the case back next day.
So what corruption are you gonna fight? What's the party saying? Because when you talk about corruption, you're talking about different things, within government, within individuals, and all that. But how can I put it? Which area have you identified and say this is what we need to deal with? This is what we need to get out of the way.
Okay, now I aware for know the political parties. Okay, ANC. No is the individual. So
don't you think your leader Leno Shebile Pokoto had by actually starting his own party?
I don't think so, because now Garage went to the Canada be a fat, we still about school, Paris, and then to sing at Irabata, even the Mobile Fontaine, we don't need a fellow.
So, but you are happy so far with the result.
So,
what can you anticipate? Do you see yourself in legislature? Do you see how many seats? What can you predict?
I can say 14 seats.
14?
14.
Okay, Mr. T, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Like we said, he said it. He's anticipating 14 seats. Because ACT is here to change. So without wasting any time, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Awe.
Thank you.
Kopa mic. Like I said, we bring it to you live and raw, and they said it.
When voting on the 29th of May 2024, you will receive 3 ballots to make your choice on each. The National Compensatory Ballot for political parties only contesting seats in the National Assembly. The Regional Ballot to the National Assembly, contested by political parties and independent candidates to represent your region in the National Assembly. The Provincial Ballot, contested by political parties and independent candidates to represent you in your provincial legislature. Remember, 1 ballot, 1 mark. Make your clear choice on each. Vote where you are registered. Visit elections.org.za for more information. It's your democracy. Own it.
As election day approaches, it's crucial to familiarize yourself with the ballots for 2024 elections. We'll guide you through the 3 ballots you'll receive when you cast your vote. Contestants, be they parties or independent candidates, are listed alphabetically. Remember, 1 ballot, 1 mark.
Firstly, we have the blue national ballot, which will be the same across the country. It features political parties only vying for seats in the National Assembly and will show the name of the party, the face of the party leader, abbreviation of the party logo, and box to make your mark. Now remember, 1 ballot, 1 mark.
The Orange Regional Ballot is specific to your voting region and features candidates who will represent your area in the National Assembly. The list will have names of independent candidates and political parties, face of party leader, abbreviation, and logo of the party, or the word independent next to the box where you make your mark. Remember, 1 ballot, 1 mark.
The pre-provincial ballot is unique to your province and includes parties and independent candidates competing for seats in your provincial legislature. It'll also have names of independent candidates and political parties, face of party leader, abbreviation, and logo of the party, or the word independent next to the box where you make your mark. This ballot is important to influence governance at the provincial level. Remember, 1 ballot, 1 mark.
Remember to take your time and review each of the 3 ballots carefully before you make your choice on election day. Your vote matters, so let's make it count. It's your democracy. Own it.
Hello.
We are now here at Sunela Secondary School here in Batu location, where at least the turnout again since the morning the queue has been so long. And I would say the queue has been so long because it has been like this since the morning, 7 o'clock. And this is the second station whereby we visited for the second time, where we see many people like this. We don't say there are many people because the queue has been like this, and it shows that the IEC staff inside, they are working very, very hard, and they are working very, very closely. And as you can see, I see many young people here, and even adult people here. They are still here. I can see the pastor is here. Here is the fellow comrade who's also coming here to vote. I can see Mema Mruti is here. Mema Mruti we are live on FS Online. Online network. Hey, I just over here. Kidi petu defense of batang of Bonaka Kapa Kidi improvement in future what to like as a I like Lagaza Messi for Bachabana. Le batho ba sokola ba thusiwe go ba dilandi ba ba batla go distract le batho ba batla go mapa ba batla go finish ba isudi o di ba ba tona ya ke tsone tse ke la ka tsa ka di bona ke tsona tse ke tsona dipolelo tse di tse budima ex ya ha hantle mesebetsi phambi le bodulo ke ba batla le fatshe a re ka rutlo re servant of God ke tsebe go na tla bisana le go nna mme le kae teng me kana to motla hore fela the servant of God ke ba tle ke sonta ka jo bla tsa se kene ranking me ke diphetho di fingerprint improvement di fentse la ka tsang hore di ke di be teng ke a tseba hore di kereke boholo ya sala ba ntse bana le mathata ba sna dibaka mo ba dulang teng ba ntse ba tloswa ba bewa mane le bohlomahlomo tse ding tsa diphetoho tseo di batlang ke dife
ke tsone tseo tsa mahatsi for dikereke dikereke di a lla ka dipelo tse di dulang di le ko godimo thata so re lakatsa gore ANC e tla berekisane le rona re kgetha ANC la ke takato ya gore re buisane le ANC e berekisane le baruti botlhe ke nnete go sokola le mokgatlho go tse ke interfaith o ntse o berekana le ANC re kopa jalo go thusiwa ka jone ditsha go thusiwa ka di-bills tsa metsi tsa electricity and so on and yaanong le setšhaba ka gantsi a selaselela mo baruting ga ba lomeletswe ke di-counselara ba tla mo baruting ba sebeletse gore ba ke ba buelwe ke bone baruti goreng go nne le diphetogo mo makeišeneng a rona kgotsa mo dileding tsa rona tsone
ka nnete bona moilatemone wa bonagala gore he baruti ke di-community leaders obane mme ntho a e buang o bua nnete gore batho ba na le mathata ka fola gore na ke mathata a feng ga ba teakalala mo ba yang teng fela ba tla go bona jalo ka baruti mme he it has been a challenge go dikereke tse ngata gore di fumane bodulo fela he ex ya hae o atla ile o tlo voutela ebile ka mmona gore he yena ka netshwantse a iphatsitse gore na o wela letlhakoreng le feng ga ke batle go bua setshwantsho sona picture tells all mme wa ka ke lebile gagolo tlhanka mo I don't want to keep you know, I don't know ke diphetoho di feng kapa di-improvement di feng tse o ka lakatsang gore di be teng tse o batlang go di beha di-action go na le degree ya eng a nka botsa ke tlo itumane neme ke human societal dynamics hai khona ena khoso ena ke teng le bila haholo ha ke tlo bouta so kgetha le okay ke tlo la boka o kgetha
ke kgetho la ka la pele
o kgetho la pele he nka thabela o iputla jwa go tlo kgetha
ke thabila
ka parlamente.
Ka parlamente. Oh, and ho batho ba sa khonong ba iseng ba vote hona tjena le ka reng ho bone fela go ba encourage ba lo vote.
Re kopa setjhaba sa kwano mona re le PAC re kopa vote ya bona ba etsa mara ba etse ka hloko ba nahana le bokamoso ba bana ba bona ba se ka bana le fela hore ka nako ena a jwale hobane batho ba tlaile ba hlokomele hona le mekgatlo e le hore e kgona ho fuwa ditjhelete tsena fela ke tjhelete tsena tse di fuwang mekgatlo yane jwale batho ba kgona ho ithuta hore mekgatlo ya e tla e tshwere tjhelete ba ipotse rona hobaneng PAC yona e bua nnete ba e sa fuwe letho mara mekgatlo ena e ba ntse ba etsa hore ba saliswe ka morao ba e shebe hore e ba lahlisa tsela ya hore ba tsebe nnete hona ho tlamehile ho etsweng ka bokamoso ba naha ena rona.
Oh ha ho lebohile nna he ntate le ka osane che so o ikutlwetse wena momamedi ho mane PAC mane morema nje no the same complaints that we're getting young people, I mean not young people, old people and disabled people, they're not being basokola ba kena at the voting stations. And you know how the policy now South Africa is that disabled people and old people, they should be given privilege. So it's something that we'll have a conversation like IEC just to find out what special measures have been taken, especially for the elderly and the disabled in terms of the voting lines. I mean, like, it's what, a couple of hours till the voting station closes. And I'm going to talk with the gentleman from MK also, because they're also here at the results center. We're going to hear what's the story. And like we're saying, different political parties are starting to come through just only to find out, hey, what's in it for us, what's going on. There's a couple of issues that have been raised that political parties are raising. And we'll get to hear in terms of what we're gonna get. So far, in terms of for Lona as the MK, the voting, the process. Are you happy with the process? Are you happy with the day? Are you happy with what you're seeing currently?
So far, Monana, we can say but we have problems in our VTs, voting stations. Whereby really the way into the India Langateng Harataba Hohang, Honalamo Fumanama Boxe Adi Balot Abutsiteng, then you'll be told about Hore DC lead in Almatata. So Honalamo Fumanarna Konyangwe the stations have been turned to become their campaigning place. So Renalmatata Hole and Haratsebe, how best can that be done next time? So to some Futojolo Dikalukiso.
Are you happy with the turnout, the other voters, especially from the MK, in terms of the voting stations?
Yes, Rebona Karaman, Lemane, Batana Le Papang, who had the waiting 20 minutes already Bonacatena Kunya Feta, Sorna Nahore, Kanawa to connect Batabi, Lehobana, or even MK, it is there. So far, so good.
If you were to predict, province wise, Araska nationally yet, on a free state, province wise, how are you going to perform?
No, we have a hope that will definitely perform very well.
Do you see yourself in legislature?
Most definitely. Most definitely. We see MK in the legislature, Kara province.
How many seats?
Can I not say, but we are going to definitely be there. We'll definitely find the number it's saying and
and then in terms of nationally, what do you see? Do you see yourself in parliament also?
Yes, nationally I renalabonete ba re tlo sebetsa re sebeditse haholo and rena di baka tse re di boneng hore ka nnete mosebetsi wa bona o motle and renalabonete ba hore ka ra nationally re tshepe re fumane and ha re ke ra fumane haholo renalabonete ba hore diphetho di tla ba teng data.
Here's another one. Lately go bua about government coalition. Is MK open to a coalition government, and who would you work with?
I would say, can I leave that one Hobabo Holong because it is not in my space. Discuss Boholong office in the national. And but I believe there are those parties who are willing to work with us. Already sending Lerona, but I cannot even divulge how Holokazona. but re na le batho ba jwalo ba ikemiseditseng ho sebetsa haholo ne re ko bolele dingata haholo those parties kapo mefuta ya di-political parties tse reng di batla ho sebetsa ha mmoho le MK because they believe that MK it is the only hope that they have for now.
Okay. No, we'll come back. We'll call you again later as the results is started again because we will be here.
Thank you.
Thank you. As you've heard it, the MK issues of coalition is something that is going to be discussed at the national level, and there are quite other problems that are popping in. That I wanted to make you guys aware of is that other stations opened late, other stations are offline, other stations are struggling. So in terms of, we'll hear from IEC later on, what's the plan, what's the way forward? Because what about those people that are missing out on voting? You know, what if you get to a station and you can't vote? What's going to happen? So these are issues that we're going to be actually raising, that we're going to be finding out. And I think from after 9 we'll start serious question in terms of what changes can we expect, who's going to be in coalition with who's getting married to who's going to bed with who, all those things. But without wasting any time, like I say, our field Becca is out there going to different stations, but we'll find out from him in terms of what is he seeing, what's the latest things. And I don't know, are we able to grab the premier? Yeah, no, he's still working around. I don't know if he'll come through, but we'll see. But stay tuned. Don't go too far because at the end of the day, like we said, we're going to give it to you raw.
When voting on the 29th of May 2024, you will receive 3 ballots to make your choice on each. The National Compensatory Ballot for political parties only contesting seats in the National Assembly. The Regional Ballot to the National Assembly, contested by political parties and independent candidates to represent your region in the National Assembly. The Provincial Ballot, contested by political parties and independent candidates to represent you in your provincial legislature. Remember, 1 ballot, 1 mark. Make your clear choice on each. Vote where you are registered. Visit elections.org.za for more information. It's your democracy. Own it.
To complete the process. So no voter who's at the station will be denied their right to vote. The staff of the commission will remain at voting stations to ensure that every voter is given their ballot. This provision ensures that every citizen who has made an effort to be at the station is allowed to vote. We urge those who have not voted to use the remaining 2 hours to go and make their mark. Members of the South African Police Service will remain deployed at voting stations as well as through normal patrols to ensure the safety of the voters. The Commission is pleased with the high turnout at many voting stations across the country and wishes to thank voters who have exercised patience in the queues while waiting for an opportunity to vote. Is the police patrols to ensure the safety of voters. Voting has been completed at all correctional facilities across the country. We remain grateful to the Department of Correctional Services for its ongoing assistance in ensuring that inmates exercise their democratic rights. Once the counting processes have been concluded, the Commission will start a process to remove all voting materials, which is ballot boxes, as well as other bulk material, back to the storage facilities. Of course, the process will be handled with utmost care. However, should members of the public spot electoral material that has been used, they are urged not to touch but to report the matter to the Commission and/or the police. The Department of Home Affairs will remain open until 2100 to assist voters who still want to collect their identity documents. As I indicated, in order to improve the quality of the counting and the completion of the result slips, the Commission has instituted a new category of electoral staff who will support the presiding officer with the counting effort. The recruitment criteria for this staff was slightly different from the rest of the staff, as high levels of numeracy were mandatory. 3 such staff are being appointed for each voting station and each substation where we operate a voting center. And as I indicated, this staff has been called to voting station earlier than anticipated in order to augment the capacity where we are experiencing long queues. The Commission now wishes to share with the public the counting process that will unfold as soon as voting station closes. First and foremost, ballots are counted at the voting station where they are cast. So there is no transportation of cast ballots from one point to the other. Party agents and independent candidates, agents and observers will monitor the entire counting process as well as the results compilation. Sealed ballot boxes will be opened and emptied in front of everybody at the voting station. And each ballot is then unfolded face down and checked for the Electoral Commission's security stamp. Stamped ballots are considered to be valid because you want to protect against a situation where ballots were brought from the exterior without validation by the officials of the Commission. All valid ballot papers are grouped according to their colors, representing the different tiers of the election. The ballots will then be sorted into piles according to votes for each party or candidate. And then they'll be packed into bundles of 100 until a count is confirmed in respect of a party or a candidate. Then result slips are completed by the presiding officer and party agents, as well as party agents for, obviously, party agents representing political parties and agents representing independents will be expected to countersign the result slip to confirm the correctness of the count attributed to their party or to their candidate. The other electoral stakeholders, such as observers, are also allowed to observe the counting process. According to the Electoral Act, the Commission has 7 days within which to announce the results. In the past, we've been able to declare and announce the results well within this period. And even on this occasion, we'll endeavor to achieve the same. We wish to thank the key role players in this election, political parties, independent representatives in the Political Liaison Committee, as well as the ESCOM for keeping the lights on. Wish to thank the media for really taking out the message out there to members of the public. So we continuously engage in the unfolding electoral process and to deal with issues that may still arise from the operations at the 23,000 voting station. The Commission wishes to thank voters who have already responded to the call to vote and appeals to all those remaining to make their way to voting stations before 2100. And for those who are in the queues, we assure them that their turn will come and we will not close the stations before they cast their vote, and thus we call for their patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon Mabolo, Chief Electoral Officer of the Electoral Commission. I'm going to open the floor for questions. I've got also the online platform monitored by Peladi. We'll also take questions from there. I'm going to go this way. This first block, second, third. 2 hours to go, ne? So we're not camping here. I'm going to start with you, Busi, this side, and then we go that way.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Busi Chimambe from the SABC. I wanted to find out how prevalent were the difficulties experienced with the voter management devices at the different voting stations. What was the impact of some of those difficulties, and how do you intend to mitigate them?
It's Natasha Puri here again from SABC News. I know the IEC has clarified the issue of, overriding the 2 transactions. But there's a case here. Somebody just sent something saying that they were approved for a Section 24A vote at another voting or province. But when that person went to that voting station, they were told that they should actually go vote in Johannesburg. So can I just have clarity on that? Have there been any problems in regards to the Section 24A vote? Thanks. Right.
Thank you very much. I also just want to ask if the IEC is aware of cases related to Section 24A, farm workers who have not been able to vote because of lack of possibilities to move in between voting stations for reasons that I already stated. We heard about cases in Zanin, and grandmothers also in some places that could not migrate to a voting station because of Section 24 misunderstandings and some of the officials not even knowing about Section 24. So there's a lot of issues around Section 24. Just to ask the IEC once more if there's any remedy that is possible for precarious voters of that nature.
Please introduce yourself and the media house. It makes it easier for the panel. Thank you. We come to this block, please. Those who've got microphones, please follow me.
Got the microphone.
I'm avoiding a situation whereby we're all raising hands. Others are going to struggle.
I already have the microphone, yes, Escape.
Where are you?
Right in front of you.
Okay. All right, let's proceed.
Sibusi Songa, lawyer from EWN. CEO, I'm sure by now you've done some kind of a preliminary investigation as to why the digital machines or the scanners failed in the manner in which they did. Are you able to tell us what your understanding is that would have caused this? And secondly, we've seen a lot of snaking queues, and that suggests to some people that it could be as a result of a higher voter turnout. But then the cynical view is that it's because of the delays and the technical glitches you have experienced. I know you can't give a definite answer, but are you able to give us an indication in terms of what you are anticipating, given the fact that we're now 2 hours away from closing the stations, in terms of voter turnout, what you anticipate? Thanks.
Okay. May I please request that we, no, don't move that mic, please. Thank you. I want us to start from the front, go that way, so that we just do it rapidly. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Kate. Rebecca Davis, Daily Maverick. Some voters reported their ballots were placed in 3 separate boxes, and others that they went in, all ballots went into 1 box. Does this matter? Secondly, there were reports of some voters' rolls not being in alphabetical order, which seems to have significantly delayed things. Are they supposed to be in alphabetical order? And lastly, at a voting station in Kraaifontein, voters have just been told by the IEC officials that it's not enough to be in the queue at 9 p.m. They have to be on the voting property in order to be eligible to vote from 9 p.m. Can you just clarify that? Thank you.
I'm Itumeleng Mafisa from The Citizen. Firstly, I would like to find out where do we expect, which provinces do we expect to be first in terms of results coming in? When will that be? What time? And perhaps if I could ask, Julius Malema has accused the IEC of deliberate delays and assumptions that elections could take 2 days. Will elections be completed today, or could they go into a second day? Thank you.
No, thank you. Limtuno from Umkhonto weSizwe Party. No, earlier on.
Excuse me, please. May I only request journalists, this is a media briefing. All the political parties have got a formal meeting with the Chief Electoral Officer, which is part of the program. May I please request anyone who is not a journalist, please do not ask questions, because this is the fora only for journalists. May I respectfully please request that nobody who is not a journalist does not ask a question. I humbly request. Thank you.
Veronica Mahwadi from Newsroom Africa. I just want to know if the IEC is aware in Thokoza that voters were turned away. They were told that they cannot be able to vote at all. This is at the Thokoza fire station, that voting station. And just a quick one, if the IEC believes that it planned adequately for the high voter turnout, obviously as some people have been in those queues for 7 to 8 hours. Thank you.
In the queues for how many hours? You said a number there? All right. Okay. May I please end with you, Ne? Then I'm going to take the second batch so that the team can be able to answer properly. Thank you very much.
My name is Norman Masungwini from City Press. The question maybe is related to my colleague. One of the voting stations in Strobens Valley, we hear that people were turned away even though they were registered there because they were told that the ballot box were full, so they can go to next voting station. How is the IEC planning to resolve that? And maybe second question is relating to the Home Affairs closing hours at 9 while the voting station is also closing at 9. Maybe the distance, and then how is that going to assist those who are collecting their IDs around 9 and be able to make it on time to the voting station? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. May I pause it on that note? Please pause it for me. Let me get the CEO to answer the first batch of questions.
The question about Home Affairs closing at 9, the Commission is unable to speak on behalf of Home Affairs. The issue of how prevalent is the VMD difficulties. It's uneven from municipality to municipality. There's no consistent performance across even a municipality. I think let's not forget that when you use the internet, there are many variables at play that affects the performance of your connectivity. It could be factors related to the infrastructure. It could be factors related to the software. It could also be factors related to bandwidth and traffic. So there's a whole range of possibilities that may affect the performance of technology such as the VMD. What is the mitigation? Look, the VMD it's an important part of the voting process, but it is not it's not a legal requirement. So the legal requirement at the voting station remains the voter's roll, and all voting stations were provided with a voter's roll. So as soon as we experienced those difficulties, we advised presiding officers to revert to the use of the voter's roll, which is a legal requirement competent for voting. Section 24A must also be understood in the context of the following background. When we had the 2 registration weekends, one in November and the other in February, indications in that campaign were clear that you vote where you are registered. And the message was, go check your registration details because you will be expected to vote where you are registered. Now, the Commission at this stage is unable to gainsay lawful provisions. The Commission just does not have the capacity to gainsay a legally instituted provision for people to vote in the voting districts in which they are registered. Evidently, we are in for a higher turnout than we had in 2019, which is why it is the single most intention of the Commission at this point to ensure that every vote that is on the queue, every voter rather, who's on the queue is given an opportunity to record their political choice. And we are committed to that. We've made adjustments to the process. We've placed additional resources to ensure that everyone does get an opportunity to cast their vote until whenever it takes. The 3 separate boxes, the inconsistency, yes, we've seen that. It has no bearing. All those ballots are competent and will be counted. No, there are no deliberate delays on the part of the Commission. It is not so. We want to assist everybody who's in the queue and take their ballot. We have no plan for a second day of voting. We've never entertained such a plan. So voting will happen until it concludes and until everybody who's on the queue is given an opportunity to vote. The ballot, people being turned away because the ballot boxes are full. It shouldn't be like that. It's something we can follow up. We have sufficient supplies of ballot boxes. We have sufficient supplies of ballot papers, and no one should be turned purely on the basis that the ballot boxes are full. So if you provide the details of the relevant station, then we can follow up. I think I've addressed all the questions. What about the results? Well, we did indicate in the statement that counting will happen at the station where the ballots were cast. It will happen in front of observers and party agents, and a result slip will be generated and countersigned by party agents as well as observers that may be there. From then on, it will be taken to the local office of the IEC in a tamper evident bag. And at the local office of the IEC, where the local party structures will be present, it will first be scanned into the results system to create an image of that result. After creating an image, which will then be available for political parties that are here on those screens once that image is created, because it will be linked via a barcode to a particular voting station. After that, then it will be captured. It's a double-blind capture system. And after capturing, then it will be audited. There is a consortium of audit firms led by Grant Thornton who are going to be auditing the results. Each auditor has a unique audit code which they'll input into the system to confirm the correctness of the captured result. Once the captured result has been audited and there are no exceptions related to that result, you'll begin to see the votes reflecting on the leaderboard. When do we expect the first result? It is tough to call given the big turnout that we are dealing with. In elections past, we will get the first result around 1 a.m. On this occasion, it may take slightly longer because firstly, we count in 3 ballots instead of 2, and we count in more ballots in terms of voter turnout. So it's going to be slightly later than usual rather.
If a question has been asked, please do not repeat it so that we progress. I'm going to start from the middle and then we go to the back. From the middle, then we go to the back.
Can I start asking?
All right.
Thank you. Tsidi Madia from Eyewitness News. Just 2 questions really. Brasai, you made a remark about the 7-day window that you have to declare the elections. Are you attempting to conscientize us to something? That's the first question. Secondly, you speak about, in your statement, about some of the issues and how speedily you've dealt with them. An hour before you had this media briefing, you met with the political parties. They came out quite dissatisfied still about the responses the IEC has been putting to the challenges, saying that they are worried that the measures are simply not sufficient enough to deal with the crowds? Because while you are saying every last person in the queue should be given a chance to vote, there's still a question some were raising about how long it takes to replenish ballots in some instances. It's already late in the night. People are worried about security. So I just wanted you to speak to that, where the parties that the parties that met with you are not happy still. Thank you.
Sorry.
Excuse me, can we please, may I request, I said let's start in the middle, because if you grab the microphone, it becomes a problem. We won't finish. May we start here and then go that way? Thank you very much. Yeah, proceed.
Salino Makwidi from Salam Media. Just two quick questions. We saw a lot of videos on social media that might want to, put into question the legitimacy of the elections. Just how prepared was the IEC when it comes to, mitigating, fake videos that are going viral on social media? And then secondly, considering all of the delays, that have been, put forward by, all of the parties present, under which circumstances would the IEC consider extending the day of the elections?
Hi, William Vogo, Newsroom Africa. If the problems that come with the internet are acknowledged, as the Chief Electoral Officer just did, the delays, the mishaps, and all those things. Now, given our stage or level of internet penetration, the ability or inability of certain people to use the technology the way they are supposed to, and other associated problems, like we had stories of people who have had to leave Gauteng and go to your Limpopos and the Eastern Cape, only to be told when they get there that they cannot be serviced. Don't you think that you are going to disenfranchise a lot of people and thus opening up the outcome for legal challenges? And then my second question goes back to whether, which my colleague earlier asked, whether you feel still that you planned adequately for a high turnout.
Veronica Makhadi again from Newsroom Africa. I just want to go back to the Thokoza fire station. We're getting reports now that voters have forced their way through the doors. Are you aware of that? Just please, any update in regards to the tensions there? Thank you.
Yes, hello, Celine Clary from AFP. You talk about a higher turnout than 2019. Do we have an estimate number of the turnout up to now?
Thank Stem Blembete with the SABC. We've seen at a lot of campuses in Johannesburg, in Gauteng, at Wits University. I've gotten some messages from the University of Pretoria and from TUT, where students have been in queues for about 8 hours today, and doesn't seem like the queues are moving. Have you gotten any official news about what's happening there and what measures are being put in place for students at the main universities in Gauteng in particular? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mawande. I work for the Sunday World. But I probably to go back to Section 24A issue, but I asked from a different perspective. We've been getting a lot of complaints about civil servants, for instance, like police officers, soldiers, who would have been deployed to different provinces that we have never foreseen that they wouldn't be at their places where they vote at the time of the elections, because these deployments happen as the last minute things. Can you talk to that as it relates to free and fair elections, as well as the right to vote of those particular civil servants? And number two, the DCUO earlier on spoke about the result slip, that a copy as well is left either at the wall or at the door of the voting station. My question to that is, how long does it stay there for the public? That's what he said, for the public. If they want to satisfy themselves, they can go and observe. For instance, if I want to go where I vote at Northcliffe Primary, and I'm here, let's say I'm leaving here at 1 o'clock, and I find it still there at the door or at the wall of my voting station. Lastly, as an interesting point, The pattern of the packing order of the ballot papers, what is the formula or methodology that was used? I ask this on the basis of the national, I particularly pick up national Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal, where the MK party and the ANC are on the same line, and I ask it because of the politics that are on the ground as it relates to the competition between those two political parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I please pause? I'm going to take the last question, a question from you. When I come back, Pelad, you've got questions from the platform? Please proceed.
Thank you. Kokeli Bandla from SABC Radio. I would like to check how would the IEC respond to registered voters that hold a view that their right to vote was compromised by Section 24A. And secondly, I have a direct message from a registered voter who tells me that they are very disappointed by the IEC because they applied online for a special vote. He received an SMS and was approved, but when he went to his VD, his name did not reflect from the voters roll. This is from Kariga Nelson Mandela Bay. The VD is in Tlemeza School at Anta Street, and the registered voter was not able to vote because his name did not reflect on the voters roll. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let me pause on that note. We have covered all the hands here. CO, when we come back, we take online questions, then we'll be closing. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Kate. In terms of the period for the declaration of results, please just give me water. It's fine. So in terms of the period, the 7-day when I was growing up, if you have this type of thing, they say you probably are not telling the truth. So the 7-day period, look, the commission is careful not to take long to get to a point where they declare results. It is not the intention of the commission to take the whole 7 days and have the country in suspense for that period. At a reasonable opportunity, the commission will announce the outcome of the elections, balancing two imperatives. The one imperative is accuracy, because we've got to be accurate in the recording of the election result on the one hand. The second imperative is speed, because for as long as you don't announce the results, the country is in a politically tenuous situation. The markets react to that and so on. So it is not the intention of the commission, therefore, to have a prolonged period without declaring the results. So that's what we really wish to indicate on that question. Look, the political parties have an opportunity to engage with the commission through the party liaison committee. And I think that is the structured mechanism of interface between the commission and political parties. Really, they should not be lobbying the media to engage the commission. There's a structured mechanism for parties to be engaging, and I think we should keep it that way. Social media preparedness. No, we've been quite prepared. We've put a lot of resources into managing the social media space, starting with the partnership that we had with the social media platforms themselves and our own internal capacity to monitor social media and then to respond. What is clear, though, is that the quantum of posts outpaced our reaction time. You know, you'll deal with something on Facebook and with something on X, and then it reappears somewhere on WhatsApp, and you only dealt with it on the other two, and so on. And one post, especially if it's of a negative nature, will be reposted several times and so on, despite explanations that are given. So we remain challenged by that phenomenon. What will it take to consider extending voting days? It's a very complicated consideration, because if you extend, what do you do with the ballots that are cast? And there are millions of them at this point. Where do you take them whilst you wait for the extended day? So you might be unwittingly be introducing dynamics that you are unable to handle. You might be introducing risk in an unintended fashion. Hence, the preference of the Commission is give everybody an opportunity to cast their ballots until voting is completed, whenever that is. No, it is not correct that the VMD disenfranchised people, precisely because where the VMD did not operate optimally, you could always use the physical copy of the voter's roll. It is not as if, for want of good efficiency of the VMD, persons could not vote. People could vote, and people voted using the physical copy of the voter's roll, which is a legislated requirement at the voting station. The estimate of high turnout, it's difficult to call until you complete the counting process. Suffice to say, it will probably be well beyond what we had, the 66% we had in 2019. Campuses, yes, we are aware of the difficulties that we experience at campuses. There's a huge turnout there, and you know, it is not as if people are not being processed. They are being processed, but as much as you deal with a group, an equivalent number, if not more, join the queue. We don't lament that. It's a good problem to have. Hence our commitment to service them all. Even at many of the voting stations in Gauteng, KZN and Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. As soon as you deal with numbers, a equivalent number, if not more, joins the queue, and they need to be serviced, and we want to service them. How long does the result slip stay? There's not a prescribed period. The idea really is to give people at that voting station a glimpse of what the outcome is at that voting station. Some stay there a week, others within a few hours they're taken off by the landlords and so on. But it's not a prescribed, there's no prescribed period. The sequencing of the screen follows the sequence on the ballot paper. So what you have on the left-hand side of that middle leaderboard is precisely the sequence of the ballot, and what you have on the right is precisely what you have on the ballot paper. I suppose it's a matter of curiosity, but it's not designed. It's purely on the basis of the sequence of the ballot paper. Section 24A is a legislated provision which has not been challenged. It was promulgated by Parliament to introduce a control in the voting process. So it's a lawful provision. It's part of our electoral prescripts, and as I indicated yesterday, it's not a gratuitous interference with the freedoms of people. It is important to protect the integrity of the election, because in 2019, people made claims that using this facility, they voted at one point and also went to go vote elsewhere. And that nearly imperiled the credibility of that election. Our country cannot afford a prospect of that sort. Now, the issue that my sister raises about Thokoza fire station, at the point when we came here, that matter had not come to our attention. It may have arisen since the media briefing started, but our colleagues over the cross there, they look at issues like that and resolve. I've dealt with all the questions. Thank you.
As we wrap up, I'm going to the extreme right. Piladi, can we start with you with online questions, and then we move like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions from our online colleagues. The first one is Nobuhle Similani from BBC. Voters at Waterfall Johannesburg voting stations have said they have been waiting for 7 hours to vote. Do we know what is behind the long waiting times in that area? And then question number 2 is Bongam Tembu from Luxion FM. We are still at the ground at our area of broadcast, Katlehong, Palm Reach and local areas, but we have seen police picking up while the masses are still coming in numbers. This is Ward 101 in Ekurhuleni, and also I haven't seen medical personnel around voting stations. Question number 3, Ndivuo Mulawuzi from Future Stars Media. We've just left the Soshanguve polling station in Jukulane, namely Kondelelani Secondary School. There is a power outage. The whole voting station is in dark, forcing voters to use their phone flashlights to cast their ballots. With questionable security of those votes along voters, the queue is still long. Our observation noted only one police officer present. Despite Juku Lane's high crime rates, raising concerns about the inadequate security measures. Additionally, ANC members were seen at the gate in party regalia, singing party chants, which is against election protocol. Given these issues, how can the IEC ensure the security of the ballot boxes and the overall integrity of the elections? Then our last question is Disetso Manuko from Food from Zanzi.
Peladi, just take your mic a little bit up.
Okay.
Yes, please.
The last one is from Disetso Manuko from Food from Zanzi. My question relates to other stations getting 3 ballots and having to deposit in 3 boxes while others had an envelope. What is the criteria of different patterns of voting? Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I please, I need help. Can I please, Grenville, there's a lot of competition at the back. So can please, people at the cross, we need to finish this business. Can they please take it down? I'll appreciate. Where? Yeah, there's a bit of groupie there. Okay, let me take the last 3 questions that I've pointed out. Yes, starting with, no. Start with the gentleman here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sis Kate. Kaya Koko from Mail and Guardian. I just want clarity regarding the number of ballot boxes per VD. Is it supposed to be 3 or other VDs can have 1? I ask this because there's a voting station in Alex where all the ballot papers are being put in 1 box, not in 3 separate as in other VDs. So is that allowed? If so, why? And then the second and last question would be, with the snaking lines right now, what would the IEC put the, anecdotally speaking, high turnout so far in any election? Is it down to the political parties or a mobilization by the commission itself? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nafisa Dango. I'm supporting Salam Media. We've been having an issue where we've been getting phone calls from Ward 58. We have been at the polling stations there. There's a serious issue. People have been waiting for over hours. There's not enough resources to be able to deal with the voters. And the concern that was coming from the councillor was that many voters are going away and we tend to be losing out on votes. So how are we going to solve this problem? Are we going to add additional resources in order to assist to be able to get that line going?
Okay, I'm taking the last 2, then I'll be done. Thank you very much. We have to close. Our officials need assistance on the ground. Last 2, please. That and that one, yeah.
Good evening. Francis Lwagamachate, Progressive Independent News Agency. Mine is going to be short. There are allegations of a house that is owned by a political party member or leader in Mamelodi and Mafias that has been used as a voting station. Can you confirm if there's such and how true is that? Thank you so much.
Last one, thank you.
Thank you, Abu Mdila from ENCA. Mine was that very question, just on the awareness of the IEC on that, and is that protocol that a government official's house can be used as a voting station? Also, just on one of the voting stations where it closed at 2 o'clock and community members were told that voting there is done, everyone has voted, and the IEC packed up. Is that...
Can you confirm the area, please?
It was raised by one of the political parties we were speaking to. I'll confirm in a moment.
Okay. We need details. Thank you very much, CO. Let's wrap up.
No, we need to finish roll count. We can't be here in perpetuity. The situation in Waterfall was resolved a little while ago from the reports that we received. So it's now seemed to be operating much quicker than was the case before. You know, as we are here, I saw the Deputy National Police Commissioner who assured us that police can't withdraw from the voting station until the last voter has voted, and they then need to escort the presiding officer and or area manager back to the local storage sites. So if there are police withdrawing in, as you say, then it's an aberration. It is not the plan. The plan is that police stay at the station until everybody is served and until the counting process is concluded. The power outage in Juki Lane is a matter that has not come to our attention. It may have just arisen, of course, but all we can indicate that the Commission has in its possession no less than 34,000 lights, because we anticipated that there may be situations such as those, and we should be in a position to provide those lights to all areas in Juku Lane. The envelopes vis-a-vis ballot boxes. Envelopes are used on special voting days outside the country, as well as special voting days inside the country. On election days such as today, there is no requirement to place cast ballots in envelopes. So you just need to use the ballot. You need to deposit your cast ballots into the ballot boxes. The number of ballot boxes. We do have a voting station layout which depicts the flow of voters in a voting station, in terms of which 3 ballot boxes are recommended. And they're recommended to assist with the sorting of ballots, because if you use 3, they are already sorted, whereas when you use 1, they are all mixed up. So you must first take the national ones, take the regional ones, and take the provincial ones. So using 3 ballot boxes facilitates the sorting in that manner. If a presiding officer has not used 3 ballots, of course, it doesn't mean that those ballots are lawfully cast. It does mean that it will take longer to sort them out. Is turnout a result of the work of the Commission or of political parties? I think it's a confluence of 2. The Commission has done its job insofar as popularizing these elections and giving voter education, giving education on the 3 ballots, and so on. So the Commission has played its role. But political parties have also worked very hard during the campaign period. They worked very hard to mobilize their supporters, to mobilize all South Africans, as it were, for participation, which is why we have this great turnout. The house of a political leader as a voting station. Look, let me give you the applicable framework. About 12 months before an election, there is a process where voting districts as well as voting stations in those voting districts are presented before the Municipal Political Liaison Committee. And each party makes suggestions as to the boundaries of the voting district as well as the choice of voting station in that voting district. So in that context, political parties should have raised an objection to this scenario. Because firstly, you need a centrally based station so that every body from all corners of the boundaries of that voting station has almost an equidistant, is almost equidistant in terms of their travel to the voting station. That's one. It has to be a facility that is free of political connotations, such as a house belonging to a leader of a political party. So one can look at that, but that is the framework that applies. Yes, sir.
Just on the voting stations that close at 2 o'clock, the one is Kwanonzondolelo Ward 2. Kwanonzondolelo Ward 2 in the Western Cape, where community members were told that the residents had voted and they were done. The other is in Saldanha Bay in George Gert Hall, where the voting station was closed and we were told that voting was, they were counting after 2 o'clock.
Today or yesterday?
Today, yeah.
It's strange, you know. We don't have that information, but we can go look at those details. It sounds, it's a very strange occurrence. Okay. Natasha Piri, what do you want to say?
I just wanted to add, but okay, you've partially covered me. I just wanted to make you aware.
But talk to the mic.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to make you aware of the issue that's happening, what's happening right now in Kwakwa with some of the power cuts, same complaints, and now people are said to be using their phones to actually go vote. Some have even turned away. There are also places like, can I just quickly read this? In KZN, Ugu, Umzumbe, Ward 8, all the VDs, they also have the same problem of power outages and load shedding, and this despite the fact that the IEC had promised that there's going to be no load shedding today.
No, the IEC is not a provider of energy. That is ESCOM. What the IEC communicated to you was the assurances that we had received from ESCOM. Whether it is a case of load shedding or some other kind of outage, we're not sure. We'll go look, because obviously we don't want voting and counting to be happening in the dark. Those circumstances are less than ideal. We want everything under the lights, so that there are no allegations of things untoward happening during the cover of darkness. So thank you very much for your audience.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You've got our platforms available. We'll engage on those. Thank you. Ra leboga.
When voting on the 29th of May 2024, You will receive 3 ballots to make your choice on each. The National Compensatory Ballot for political parties only contesting seats in the National Assembly. The Regional Ballot to the National Assembly, contested by political parties and independent candidates to represent your region in the National Assembly. The Provincial Ballot, contested by political parties and independent candidates to represent you in your provincial legislature. Remember, 1 ballot, 1 mark. Make your clear choice on each. Vote where you are registered. Visit elections.org.za for more information. It's your democracy. Own it.
As election day approaches, it's crucial to familiarize yourself with the ballots for 2024 elections. We'll guide you through the 3 ballots you'll receive when you cast your vote. Contestants, be they parties or independent candidates, are listed alphabetically. Remember, 1 ballot, 1 mark.
Firstly, we have the blue national ballot, which will be the same across the country. It features political parties only vying for seats in the National Assembly and will show the name of the party, the face of the party leader, abbreviation of the party logo, and box to make your mark. Now remember, 1 ballot, 1 mark.
The Orange Regional Ballot is specific to your voting region and features candidates who will represent your area in the National Assembly. The list will have names of independent candidates and political parties, face of party leader, abbreviation, and logo of the party, or the word independent next to the box where you make your mark. Remember, 1 ballot, 1 mark.
The pre-provincial ballot is unique to your province and includes parties and independent candidates competing for seats in your provincial legislature. It'll also have names of independent candidates and political parties, face of party leader, abbreviation, and logo of the party, or the word independent next to the box where you make your mark. This ballot is important to influence governance at the provincial level. Remember, 1 ballot, 1 mark.
Remember to take your time and review each of the 3 ballots carefully before you make your choice on election day. Your vote matters, so let's make it count. It's your democracy. Own it.
Hello, South Africa. May 29, 2024 is a voting day. It is important for you to understand the voting process. There will be 3 ballot papers. First ballot. National ballot. This is to vote for 200 National Assembly representatives. This ballot will have the political party name, the face of the party leader, the abbreviation of the party logo, and then the box to make your mark. Second ballot. Regional ballot. With this ballot, voters can choose representatives within their specific region to account for the second 200 seats at the National Assembly. This ballot paper will feature political party's name, face of the party leader, abbreviation of the party logo, and the box to make your mark. For the independent candidates, name of the independent candidate, face of the independent candidate, and the word independent, then the box to make your mark. Third ballot. This one is for provincial legislatures. Voters use this ballot to elect political parties or independent candidates to represent them in their provincial legislature. For political parties, party name, face of the party leader, abbreviation of the party logo, and a box to mark your choice. For independent candidates, candidate name, candidate's face, the word independent, and a box to mark your choice. Each of the 3 ballot papers you receive allows you to cast your vote for only one candidate or a political party. Remember, it's your democracy. Own it. Hello, South Africa. May 29, 2024.
When voting on the 29th of May 2024, you will receive 3 ballots to make your choice on each. The National Compensatory Ballot for political parties only contesting seats in the National Assembly. the regional ballot to the National Assembly, contested by political parties and independent candidates to represent your region in the National Assembly. The provincial ballot, contested by political parties and independent candidates to represent you in your provincial legislature. Remember, one ballot, one mark. Make your clear choice on each. Vote where you are registered. Visit elections.org.za for more information. It's your democracy. Own it.
As election day approaches, it's crucial to familiarize yourself with the ballots for 2024 elections. We'll guide you through the 3 ballots you'll receive when you cast your vote. Contestants, be they parties or independent candidates, are listed alphabetically. Remember, one ballot, one mark.
Firstly, we have the blue national ballot, which will be the same across the country. It features political parties only vying for seats in the National Assembly and will show the name of the party, the face of the party leader, abbreviation of the party logo, and box to make your mark. Now remember, one ballot, one mark.
The Orange Regional Ballot is specific to your voting region and features candidates who will represent your area in the National Assembly. The list will have names of independent candidates and political parties, face of party leader, abbreviation, and logo of the party, or the word independent next to the box where you make your mark. Remember, one ballot, one mark.
The pre-provincial ballot is unique to your province and includes parties and independent candidates competing for seats in your provincial legislature. It'll also have names of independent candidates and political parties, face of party leader, abbreviation, and logo of the party, or the word independent next to the box where you make your mark. This ballot is important to influence governance at the provincial level. Remember, one ballot, one mark.
Remember to take your time and review each of the 3 ballots carefully before you make your choice on election day. Your vote matters, so let's make it count. It's your democracy. Own it.
Hello, South Africa. May 29, 2024 is a voting day. It is important for you to understand the voting process. There will be 3 ballot papers. First ballot. National ballot. This is to vote for 200 National Assembly representatives. This ballot will have the political party name, the face of the party leader, the abbreviation of the party logo, and then the box to make your mark. Second ballot. Regional ballot. With this ballot, voters can choose representatives within their specific region to account for the second 200 seats at the National Assembly. This ballot paper will feature political party's name, face of the party leader, abbreviation of the party logo, and the box to make your mark. For the independent candidates, name of the independent candidate, face of the independent candidate, and the word independent, then the box to make your mark. Third ballot. This one is for provincial legislatures. Voters use this ballot to elect political parties or independent candidates to represent them in their provincial legislature. For political parties, party name, face of the party leader, abbreviation of the party logo, and a box to mark your choice. For independent candidates, candidate name, candidate's face, the word independent, and a box to mark your choice. Each of the 3 ballot papers you receive allows you to cast your vote for only one candidate or a political party. Remember, it's your democracy. Own it.
Welcome back, viewers at home. We are still here outside the Free State Counting Center, where we have saw that the IEC has released a statement saying that they extended the votings around different voting stations. And what's your take on that? Because it seems like many people are now starting to vote.
You know, the nicest thing I can tell you, Lena, when I went, finally I managed to vote, everyone. When I went to go and vote, to go and cast my vote, I drove past a couple of stations here in Bloem, especially towards Vista Park, and the queue, even when I was driving back, and hopefully I came back around 8:30, the queue was still long. And I'm anticipating that people came out in numbers, even those that were working till late. They decided to go back and say, no, let's go and cast our votes. And it's actually nice to see that the IEC did issue out a statement saying that no matter if people are standing in queues or they will assist them. And it's confirmed, so meaning the stations, yes, if there's still a queue outside the station, you're still eligible to vote, so you must go out and actually vote. And we also see, I'm seeing political parties still going on social media, also telling their people,
Yeah,
but it's cold.
Yeah, it's very cold.
It's cold. It's cold. So people actually have said, you know what, we'll stand there. But something interesting just popped up on X, and I'm reading Mbuyisele Ndlozi, the EFF, one of the guys from EFF, and he stated something, load shedding struck zone 6 in Sebokeng.
Yeah, and also in Kwakwa here that people are voting using torches.
So now it comes back to issue, the president did say we won't have any load shedding, but all of a sudden, we've been saying load shedding is sabotaging.
Yeah.
It proves the point.
So meaning that there's a high possibility of a scheme that is going to happen.
Yeah, but definitely you can see somebody is behind the whole situation in terms of switching off. Look, now we thought we had load shedding now. You know, these things, they happen. And also if you can check on social media, yeah, we saw the president of EFF, the commander-in-chief of EFF's Julius Malema, also encouraging voters to say, stand in your queues, you've come this far. I saw Nto also, who's this? I see a couple of leaders, also Fikile Mbalula, the Secretary General of the ANC, stating the same. So I guess I can say to you, in confidence, South Africans did came out to say, look, let's vote. And I was asking a couple of people at my voting station to say, I didn't ask them who they would vote for, but I asked them to say, why are you voting? Why are you standing here? And majority of them did mention issue we want to have freedom, because they believe that if the government was to go the other way and it falls into the minority hands, we're going to go back to apartheid. So, and I'm like, no, people have different opinions. I hear them because at the end of the day, not all of us are happy, not all of us are sad. But you know, that vote that one takes, I mean, like the vote that you casted, it means a lot.
You know, I was thinking how this thing is so unfair, where our people would stand for 7 hours on queues just to vote and they don't get any food. I think the IEC can just improve that in the future, because our officials are here eating.
But it's going to cost us an arm and a leg. But it's already costing us.
Yeah, but it's much better, because other people, they will die because of they're standing for a long time and they have to eat them, they have to drink their medication rather, so that they can live. And now you're standing there for 7 hours.
By the minute you give them food, they're going to say you're bribing them.
But it must be IEC officials, not any political party that will be distributing them. It's very sad. It's very, very much sad, because now and then why all have vote and you know new generations that
no, but no. I can tell you, I can confirm with you right now. I saw it in my voting station. I see they're quite strict when it comes to the elderly and the pregnant and the disabled people. They give them preference. Who stood out and she jumped the queue and nobody disputed. You know, it's only at government offices where you don't see that. And it's to jump the queue. So in this situation, I believe it's doable. And also on social media, here I just bumped into something very interesting. There was a protest happening yesterday in East London where people were protesting because they feel they deserve houses. Not to say they're boycotting the voting, but they believe they were promised houses and they are not getting houses. So we're going to be seeing so many things popping up, and social right now being on buzz. I see that the Democratic Alliance also on Twitter, on X, they stated, do not vote for ANC, EFF and MK, vote for DA. But now here's my question. The DA keeps on talking about the multi-party coalition 1, 2, 3. But when they do their campaigns on social media, they don't mention other parties. Do you think they're going to be honest with other parties?
I think they cannot, or they won't be.
Do you think they're using them?
Yeah, you know, sometimes when you post these big parties, you grab a lot of attention. And you can say anything that is not factual. And it can work for you. So that's what the system that they're using.
But also, I'm not seeing these other small parties mention a coalition with the DA also.
No, they won't. It's because they know that the DA, they are classified as allegedly as racist.
Quite interesting. So, to top it off, I know in first, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in my life, I'm actually shocked how a station like Vista Park can have such a long queue. The past local elections didn't have that kind of a long queue. And it says a lot. People have actually reached a point where they're tired.
Yeah,
they want to
to
see.
change.
And I see that on social media, people were actually, there's some people that are not happy with the ANC also. They stated, and others are saying, hey, better the devil we know than the devil we don't know. And then you ask yourself one question to say, then why are we voting? But when you listen to their reasoning, you ask yourself questions to say, yeah, am I supposed to vote for the devil that I know?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think Thabo Bester voted?
Hey, producer. But that's a good question.
Yeah,
that's a good question.
They vote.
I've never heard IEC speak about votes Tako Tronko.
What is happening that side?
Because they are human beings, they've got IDs. But Thabo Bester doesn't have an ID.
So, meaning what? But he's a member of South Africa, allegedly.
But Nandi has an ID.
Yeah. Did she vote?
That's an interesting one. Did Thabo... of the week. Did Thabo Bester and Nandi Pamaguduman did they manage to cast their vote like we did, like ordinary South Africans? And who do you think they voted for?
I don't know how to criminate myself this one.
But it's quite interesting because think about it. We know that there were special votes that were done overseas for people staying abroad. Tuesday, ne?
Yes.
Fine. Now, prisoners. I saw the correctional service here earlier. Prisoners, where do they vote? Yeah. That's the question we should be asking. Because prisons are, our South African prisons are full.
Yeah, they're packed.
And majority of those people, they've got IDs. You understand? And I know this for a fact because I know I've got a cousin who's in the correctional services. And Lene, he got his ID. So my main question, did he vote? Did Thabo Bester vote? Because Thabo Bester jumped the border, state 3.
Yeah, and you cannot touch that.
And who is he going to vote for?
Is it the ANC?
The DA?
Or the EFF?
Or Umkhonto?
There's a lot going on in South Africa.
Over the next coming 3 days, we're going to be seeing, like right now, officially we're supposed to say the stations are closed, but there's those stations that are still open because they've got queues. I know with the small stations, that like the ones in Naval Sech, where I voted, and the other ones in town, and towards, I know most spots, they're closed. The one go... Cited Tahide Dalta and Grassland, they're closed officially because the queues were not that long. But there are those long stations that haven't done that. And those ones that already have closed, I know they've started their counting.
Yeah.
So we will start seeing results coming in, I
Maybe
think,
within half past
after
11.
an hour,
Yeah, yeah.
towards midnight. Then we'll start hearing for which station produced how many votes
Yeah.
and who's standing. And I see the premier is back.
Yeah, the premier is back. I was chatting with him on that side, but we're having a private conversation. Where we were talking
So
about...
talk the private conversation,
No,
boy.
if I can say it. But we're talking about regarding the issue of the media, as we always talk about,
Yeah.
the changes that we want as we are people in the media within the free state. So we were just talking about such things. Nothing cheap. No brown envelopes.
How I touch and
Yeah.
another topic for another day. So, but it's good to see that for the first time I'm seeing the premier being here.
Yeah.
Meaning he's taking this thing quite
Yeah.
seriously. And I saw earlier the leader of the DA also came through. I don't know if he's going to come back. But I'm hearing that most political parties, they're sending their people down to come and actually be stationed here and wait for the results as they come in. But now here's the thing. I just showed you a video now on X with the guy who's putting in ballot papers.
And the
like,
official,
taking them out.
is looking at him like, oh, yeah. He's not doing anything.
The scandals that I want to come after this.
There are many things said. And earlier on, we were busy raising them as much as we get the information.
Yeah.
And it seems like the very same thing that we earlier on we were talking about, they're still continuing happening.
And they're about to happen because now, at the end of the day, look, everybody's fighting for a seat. Everybody wants to see. We heard that act earlier, where they were saying they're anticipating 14 seats at the legislature. Yeah, I don't know if 14 seats is going to be realistic for a party that was yesterday.
Yeah.
But hey, he's anticipating.
So also the premier was saying wherever he went, when we were busy talking, he was saying that he haven't saw.
They came through. They drove past. They hooted.
Or are they acting also?
No, they acted. They gave us a killer performance, the hooter. When you were doing that interview with the Democratic Alliance, they're the ones that were hootering. Like,
The acting also.
I know. That's all I can say. I don't have to say much. But like I say, if you look into our political parties and then you say these are the people that have to govern us for the next coming 5 years, and you see such behavior, you ask yourself, but why?
Do you think Coop will cope?
Coop has been cooping for years. Is Coop still alive, Rafik? Producer, I won't vote. Is Coop still alive?
We're just asking.
That is taking.
Yeah.
So right now we can confidently say
it's Coop.
We have the EFF, we have the ANC, we have the DA, and Action SA.
Yeah, Action SA.
Action SA. Action SA is on action, and they're on a rise. But I haven't seen the people here.
Yeah, I saw one of the members inside there, two members actually, the white lady and another person, another gentleman. They were there. They were having a deep conversation, but you could see, you could sense by their facial expression something it's happening.
You know, I always get confused between Action SA and Rise Mzansi.
Yeah,
they have similarities.
See, that's what we're saying. But all of them, they are from one source, which is the Democratic Alliance.
Yeah. And the EFF is from what? ANC?
Yeah. And MP is from what?
ANC. So it balances the equation. Guys, it's going to be an interesting journey. Halala, our DOP is actually finally happiness.
He's always smiling.
I can see. I don't know what's going to happen with Tengus. In the people. They're going to say things. So we will be going inside. We've been doing our job outside. Hey, guys.
It's very much cold inside.
Tomorrow we will capture them outside. Then we go in and have those discussions. But later on, we're going to go in. We'll see if we can have a private conversation with the premier like this also.
Now you're banning me.
So try the private conversation.
Man, it was not private because I was having Liboji, me and Ndate, who's this and that. I think it's careful.
But ladies and gentlemen, like saying, we're broadcasting live from the Results Center, and time is 10:28, and some of the Oh, I see what?
Or they're not going to perform again?
Yeah, some of the people, some of the stations have actually closed, and others are still active. We are being told there are those stations that still has people. And to those people that's standing in the queue, look, you're doing it for the right purpose.
Yes.
Don't skanya hama. Don't lose hope. Stand there. I know it's cold. I know you're hungry. You know, have a little bit. Call somebody at home to bring you a blanket or something. But your cast will definitely contribute towards the change of this country. And without saying much, we shall see you when we are inside. Sifuna ukubona ama results
We are
manje.
coming back. Welcome back, viewers at home. We are inside the Free State Counting Center here at Mahube, and we are having. I'm here with my colleagues. Tashims, take us through. How are things inside?
Banna.
Oh.
No, actually, we're good to go. In a true sense of life, everything happened, and then we came inside of this result operation center 2 days ago, and then as you look at the back of the screens there, and then this is where the real truth will come out in no time. And then we just had a very interesting interview with the premier.
Yeah.
Of the province, the chap has-
Why let's talk about the secret?
I mentioned that he said.
I mean, you know the earliest bird catches the fattest worm, right?
Yeah.
So if you guys decide not to,
You are the late one because you're outside.
So we had this very interesting interview with the premier, and one last question that I asked him was, Premier Mkhosi Dukwana, are you coming back as a premier or what?
What's his response? What's his response? It's interesting. What's his response?
Now, the premier said to us and the viewers that the administration of the ANC, it is coming back. But as of him coming back as a premier, he have to all go follow the processes of submitting 3 names and then go for the interviews, and then everything from there will then lead the way.
Oh, I thought Jorge, just when you have a face on the campaign, automatically you become premier.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there still has to. So we might get a new premier.
We might see new faces. We might see.
Maybe if you're talking about new faces, maybe the suspended MEC, maybe she might be.
Hey, the suspended. Jehovah.
I'm just asking.
You know, guys. A lot has been said, and then a lot happened, and I must say that as analysts, we're sitting there and say, okay, so what is it? The danger, Kappa, how deep is this wound? Then realize that it's super deep. So, and I wanted to ask him a question. I don't know, but do you think you're gonna change names if you come back, like faces? And he said, according to the list. Who is in the list, guys? Who's in the list? I'll go through.
I don't know. Do you think Thabo Bester voted?
Do you think, guys, Thabo Bester really voted?
Well, I just learned from the officials at IEC that prisoners were voting today, but however, it has come to my attention, allegedly, I'm going to use the word allegedly, Nandipa refused to vote.
Oh. If she was able to vote, which party will you think will she vote for?
Rise Mzansi. And why?
Why?
And why?
She's a new kid on block, and they are new kids on block.
Okay.
And we had an interview with a lady from Rise Mzansi, and Nomsa, whom, with the information that she gave out, she's from DA. I'm like, okay.
And actually says from DA.
So, yeah, no, that's a.
Okay, interesting. When I found the list of candidates in the Free State, or it's the national ones, I have province to province also. And ladies and gentlemen, don't mind us. You can see Free State 1 is joining the party. and we've got Central TV and Kafelo. And as I was saying, Jimmy, I'm going through the list right now. I'm just trying to find the province, the Free State province, and Eastern Cape. Oh, here we go. On the list, you've got Mkolisi Tukwane, who's number 1. Then Moseseke Tsomakume. You've got McQueen. You've got Tebogo Zakaria Mokoena, Elizabeth Rockman, Catherine Mahlatsi, Motete Khwabani, Mema Tavoleto, Mabua. Then you've got Jabu Mbalula at number 10. Then from 11, you've got Ntabiseng. Yeah, the list, it's got how many people? 30 names. So it's going to be an interesting journey on this one. So in this situation, what I can say to you, we're going to be observing this list quite closely. It's a pity that we don't have other political parties list, because I know with the EFF, they didn't announce the premier candidate. And I know it's the DA that announced the premier candidate, the ANC. MK didn't also provide us with, what do you call this? A premier candidate. So in this situation, I can actually confidently tell you, Jorge, at the end of the day, we should be seeing some changes. Like you say, Kape, you must remember, the premier candidate also, he decided to get the president. He's the person, he's the last person to have the call. For as much as they can provide names and 3 names go for interview, but the person who chooses the premier for that particular province will come back from the president. So we might see him back, we might not see him back. We might see him in other positions, or we might see somebody else back. So it also depends, because I can see even around that room, political parties are here and there's a bit of tension, and everybody's just worried. You understand? So in this situation, Central TV, our sister mother child.
No, it is indeed interesting to get the feel of all political parties who are around, just to understand whether where are they and what is their those issues that they never got an opportunity to raise them. So I think right now this is a moment in time where we can just invite all of them to be able to talk to us, because people are waiting for them to say something. Can they just come?
You know, I was asking my colleague earlier on that, is the COPE still coping?
I don't think they're coping. I don't think they're coping. I'm worried about the COPE party. Is it still existing though?
No, they're very quiet. I don't even see them around.
What about the ACT? Are they still acting?
But you know, ACT is still acting. I had a very interesting conversation about Rise Mzansi for a new party that actually just came into they're actually doing quite well. So we should be seeing a couple of movements when it comes. How do you anticipate EFF actually performed?
I think they dropped the ball. I think they dropped the ball from where they're coming from. They looking into the previous elections in 2019. They were quite loud. They were out there, and then you've seen a growth since their existence up until then. But this time around, they were playing it down. I don't know what is their motive. because you could see them, and they even shy away from the media. I don't know what's really triggering the EFF attitude lately, because we know them as vibrant, as youthful, as engaging, as you understand. So this time around, they're giving us another version that you don't really understand.
Maybe it's because they're centralizing communication to one house, because story has it that most of the communication has to come from the CSI. CIC, yeah, CIC. And of which, that's why I was actually mentioning earlier, Jorge, other political parties, we don't see their premier candidates. Others we do see, like EFF, we don't know who's their premier candidate. Should they stand a chance of running the Free State province, but we don't know who's going to be that particular candidate. You understand my point? So you ask yourself too many questions, Jorge. The other party that I'm not seeing here, but I've been seeing their work, is the Freedom Front. You know, their numbers have grown. I've noticed that there's members who've actually left the DA and came through to the Freedom Front, and you just saw their numbers spike, because there are those minority people that actually chose to say, you know what, let's jump to the Freedom Front and support. And I saw they're also starting to gain African brothers and sisters also supporting the Freedom Front. So 2024, we're going to start seeing hectic things, gentlemen.
Are you aware that all these parties, the moment they're being formed, they are formed from one, the one that was big back in the days. For example, the DA, and then we see Action SA, we see FF+, the members are moving, also in the ANC, MK, EFF, and other political parties. It's like now, I wonder, what is the motive behind that? Why are they trying to open new political parties, and they're saying the very same thing that we want to hear?
It's that situation now. If I'm not satisfied with Jimmy, I'm going to leave Jimmy and start my own political party. But what we don't realize is that I'm actually copying what Jimmy has actually set as a foundation. That is why when I say to them, majority of you, the manifestos, they're the same. You just twist, they twist the words there and there. Where you're supposed to use a the, you'll use a that. You understand? But if you analyze their manifestos, they are all the same. From there, they'll start pointing fingers to say, the ANC failed to do this, we can do this better. The ANC failed to do that, we can do this better. Unlike one party like Rise Mzansi, they're talking a different narrative. I've never heard them saying, ANC failed to do this, we can do that. I'm always hearing they bring solutions, you understand? Independent candidates, there's one that I had an interview with at some point. Well, he's pointing fingers, but he's not putting anything on the table. But without wasting any time, I'm not going to be here until midnight, gentlemen, because it's going to be a long queue. We're going to start seeing final results around Sunday. What are you anticipating? What can you anticipate?
You know, I'm looking at the way it is. I think ANC has grown more than what I think ANC was. They were like, for some reasons, they never believed in themselves. For some reasons, and then instead, when they lost the former president, who went to open his party, that's when they started picking up their success. You could see their campaign trails.
Yeah, they were back on the ground.
They were back on the ground, and they even had to go back and get their stalwarts. They went back to get your Thabo Mbekis, your former Premier of Gauteng, Tokyo Sekgwales. You understand what I'm saying? Whom you could see, you know that there was a breakup between. So they had to go back and mend those relations that they had. So I think this time around, they were more on the ground than ever. And which I believe that if they can be like that, then they will be able to account back to the people. They tried to close the gap that was there between the people and their leaders. So I'm saying with this, it was quite interesting. And when you go out there now, you start listening to people now speaking the very same language.